Yo, what's up, guys? Don't even have to play this game anymore. I can just fly to the end. Fucking hell. Like, it's gonna be the worst actually restarting, because I'm so fast here that it's gonna feel so unsatisfying going back to 0. I need a new queue game. I think that's the only way to go. I gotta just play something else. I might have to look into one. There's just not that many good games in this category, from what I've seen. I gotta get something like this. Ouch. But even just getting hit like that doesn't even matter. Like, my speed just picks up again. I can even outrun the bombs. Damn. Yep. Alright. I'm immune to the bombs now. Hello there, Sarky. Okay, I think I'll try and see if I can reach like 20k sparks just for the currency of things, so I can buy some shit, and then I think I will restart this run because it's not really fun anymore. It's just I'm too fucking overpowered now. I literally cannot lose because even though this is endless, I believe like difficulty-wise, I put it on medium because otherwise the other ones are really brutal early on. And just because I use this as a queue game, I don't want to just struggle through the beginning of like a run, so I just decided to put it in the middle. But I don't think it's gonna get any harder than it is now. I'm pretty sure the medium difficulty at least has hit its peak at difficult. It's not getting any harder, it seems. And honestly, even if it was, it wouldn't matter. Upgrades I have now are just too broken. I just gotta restart it. Hello, Sarky. It's going pretty well. I'm still a bit tired, but surely that the first game usually wakes me up, so I imagine that's gonna be the case again. But my eyes are a little heavy. I woke up pretty late today. I was being lazy. No, never mind. I was about to say you can leave the Nemesis open, but I don't think actually the thing I want to play at this game. Never mind. If you still want to ban it, you can still just ban it. I think I want to play... I might want to go Aladdin, actually. I kind of want to try Aladdin with the tank builds. I used to run a little bit of Aladdin, but it wasn't as good with the tank builds as I thought he would be back then. But I think right now it probably won't matter. He's gonna be OP regardless. Yo. I guess I'm not playing Aladdin then.
Select your god.
What do I pick instead then? Could do go Bologna. I haven't done that much Bologna. Yeah, let's do Bologna. I'll go non-aspect this time. I think, at least for solo, for the majority of it, like the blocking won't really make a huge difference, so like the aspect, so I think it's more valuable to have damage in the two. It definitely feels wrong, for the most part, not leveling the 2 first in a lot of matchups if they can't interrupt it, because it's so much damage. But I'm against a Cerberus, so like this don't matter. I think we have a dodge anyway. We have this guy that seems pretty unhappy with the current situation. I guess that's maybe a good thing. Then I can actually think about what I can play. I wasn't feeling the Bologna all that much, to be real. Because I just wanted to play Aladdin. I wasn't planning on that being picked. Hello, Nucleotide. Do you have an opinion on Susano performance yesterday in Prime? No, I didn't watch it. I was busy yesterday, and even if I was, even if I wasn't, I should say, I probably wasn't gonna watch it, to be honest. I don't know, competitive Smite doesn't do much for me right now. But what happened with him? Good or bad? I would imagine good. Like, Susano is very good right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was just dumpstering people. Went 13-0 in multiple games in final. Who was playing it? Who was the pilot? Some guy I never heard of. What was his name though? Sun Prajji. Yeah, he's an NA player. Oh well, I suppose it almost has to be in the finals because it's NA, right? It's my prime. Yeah, he's a pretty good NA player. I don't know him myself either, but I've seen him in like some people's streams and I guess in other smaller tournaments here and there. But yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I mean, if you're good enough on Susano, then you know, he's a very scary god. I never really played him, so I feel kind of shit playing him. But Susano is without a doubt very strong right now. I wouldn't have expected him to just dumpster like a final game like that, but it doesn't necessarily surprise me either. I was definitely thinking more like he's a really good rank pick, more than he was like a super strong competitive pick. But you never really know. Sometimes it's not even because of the god, though it probably is in this case. Sometimes it is also just the player being really good at it, you know? It was against Paul. Yeah, even so. Like, Paul is good, don't get me wrong, but I think most people who used to be really good in Smite 1 are obviously still really good in Smite 2 if they're still playing. But some of them barely even play the game. On top of that, you know, a lot of people, like, it's a different game, right? They might not have the same strengths. At least from what I've seen. And this is no disrespect to Paul either, but Paul definitely, in my head, hasn't been as good in Smite 2 than he was in Smite 1. He's still just really good. But I don't know how much he plays the game, so I'm not really keeping up on all that stuff. And yeah, as you said, like even if Paul is really good, if your teammates aren't doing well, it won't matter all that much. It doesn't really matter how good you are. You in like 99% of cases, you can't really solo a game of Smite anymore. This isn't like the launch tournament, you know? You can't really just go in and kill everyone by yourself unless you're really, really lucky and have the right situation in your hands. Everything just has to go perfect. That shit is so rare now. Not to mention, right now, I would heavily argue that we're not in a mage meta. Or just in a mid meta. I think mid is arguably the weakest role at the moment. It's not like it doesn't perform, but it's just mages are so easy to kill from pretty much any perspective. The support can solo a mage, the solos can solo a mage, the junglers can solo a mage. ADCs are the big thing that, you know, it can be a 50-50 trade, obviously, as usual, against ADCs and mages. Be against each other, but I do think ADCs right now has the advantage. Unless we have full late game, then sure, mages obviously have a potential advantage depending on the mage, but yeah. It's definitely not in his favor to carry a game right now. Dude, I can't believe we got dodged, and how long are we in queue now? 5 minutes again? Fuck, man. Queue stream. Tekker played very weak and weird. Picked Bari last jungle last game. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about the Bari jungle. I think she's really broken. Like, once you just get to team fighting, she will be really good, but I think her jungle clear is kind of shit, isn't it? Like, just compared to other junglers, she moves pretty slow. She's not a fast god. She has, like, a little bit of mobility in combat when she starts using her 3 a lot, but overall, she's a pretty slow god. And I don't see her ganks being good, like, in general. Because all you have is damage. You pretty much don't have any CC to set up with. Which she does, don't get me wrong. She does have CC, but you have to really set it up. Like, if you put your passive, she technically has a stun, but like it's the most unreliable stun in the game, because you need to use a passive to use the extra bell, then you can stun with that bell, and then to do that you have to use another ability to even throw it. And then you have to hit it, and that's the hard part, to be honest. So yeah, I don't really see her ganks being good. You have to just fully rely on damage. It's kind of like running something like I was gonna say Tsukuyomi, but kind of, I guess. Like, Tsukuyomi also doesn't, like, he does have a CC, but yeah, no, it's a bad example. You know, it's like running, it's kind of like running Apollo or some shit. While you have the mess for setup, it's not like it's not reliable. Let's put it that way. It's just not reliable for her to have a gank. There isn't just a set way that you always just go gank, you know? If you're Thor, you know, you can wall stun, you can ult in. You have shit, like, you have just multiple options to do something on a gank, no matter where you go. She doesn't really have a specific way to do that. I feel like you're relying on luck, is my point of it all. Trying to fucking turn around here. I also think it will depend on what she's against. Because once again, I mean, it's still a Bari. If you get to mid-game, you'll be fine. But are you being punished for doing anything in the jungle early on because you might not be able to fight back? I don't know. Because, like, in theory, anything can jungle. But what really depends on it is, how are you going to get disrupted? Is whoever you're against going to take advantage of you having no way to fight back early on? Because that is often the issue. There's also just the early, like, you obviously want to fight early, or you kind of need to fight early, otherwise you're giving up neutral camps. There's also that. Do you have the better 2v2? Otherwise you gotta play the farm game. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna, I think, end this run now. I got my 20k sparks that I wanted, I guess, and this ain't happening. I literally cannot lose this game unless I die on my own. Huh?
Select.
We got a dodge? Again? Oh, man. Well, I'm still gonna end this. Unfortunate. Close one. There we go. Still not actually that much currency I got out of that, all things considered. That's kind of horseshit, man. I could literally have played that run forever. Actual endless run. I'm so slow now. Should we have a Wilvis game? Sarky. Maybe you can do that, Sarky. Can you open Wolfie's stream and try and queue up at the same time then? That could be a nice queue. How soon are we talking, Clino? You know? Ish. Max builds, Phoenix down. Okay. I feel like my Q won't pop anyway, though. Let me open his stream as well. It's not looking too good for them from what I'm seeing now. Uh-oh. But yeah, okay. It's not like the enemy team is going for the end, so. Dude, this looks like a long game. Are we sure this won't be like an hour game? A back and forth? I'm not sure I want to take the risk. I hope that our queues will line up, but I'm getting some long game vibes from this one. So yeah, Fire Giant's up, Gold is up. There's a lot of shit to do on the map too. Before they get to the end. Potentially. I'm seeing what you are now. I will say. Eventually, I imagine our queue should line up. There's also when Nika starts playing. Actually, never mind. He doesn't play today, does he? Never mind then. I guess I'll just hope that our queues line up. Well, I mean, it was pretty easy fire for them. If I see that the game is about to end, I will pop out a queue. For now, I'll stay in queue. I don't think our queue is gonna pop until like 2 minutes from now anyway. But still, regardless, thank you for letting me know. Wow, okay, that was huge. What the fuck are they doing? Dude. He's having one hell of a game right now. No, I mean, it looks like that's the end. Yeah, I think it lines up then. Because, yeah, he should be in queue now. Okay. No problem then. I think I'm gonna stop with haste for now. I'm not feeling it. So either I look for a new queue game or I watch some videos during the queues. Okay, I think I already found a game actually that is very much like Haste. I guess I will make sure that I have that for next time. I actually haven't checked where I am in terms of SR. Where am I? 4.3. Goddamn. Still haven't really risen that much, but at least it is going in the right direction. I do keep having the usual, like, 3 losses into 3 wins type shit. Fuck, man. What does one play now? Aladdin was taken. Or banned, I should say. Maybe Caprakan game? I still haven't actually... Have I played a single Caprakan game? I don't think I have since the patch. Could be okay into Cupid as well, or it is good into Cupid.
Select your god.
Caprakan does look pretty good, to be honest. Well, fuck it. I'll do a Caprakan game. Caprakan. Also, why is the Nerd Rage skin not a Legacy skin? That feels weird. Did we get scammed? Wait, Clino, you're not in this queue? Or did you miss out on it? Maybe we just got baby gamed? Are you too high for us? I would almost assume so. I assume you play with April a lot. At least you fucked up my elo in the beginning. Actually, it's kind of your fault I'm down here. Well, like I lost like 4 games in a row to you guys. That was terrible. I'm a little afraid to go Sunder this game, to be honest. Like, Sopic Thor might just stun lock me to absolute shit. It might be a shell game. Fuck. No, I gotta go Sunder. Wukong, eh? I think I will stay safe for my laning phase for now. Let's go for the pot start. Right, does regrowth work? It does. Right? Yeah, he has a heal, yeah. for some reason. Shield and regrowth Cabrakan. Just what we all needed. It is kind of situational though. It has to be doing like through the two. So like for chaseability, it won't do anything for me.
Minions have
But during fighting and shit, it's gonna be good. Loading assets. That is in fact a physical Wukong. That should be pretty easy then. I still don't think physical Wukong is that good, to be honest. I haven't seen anyone really perform on it like a single time, I think. Maybe once in the jungle it went okay, but I haven't seen anything particularly good from the strength Wukong so far. And to me, honestly, it just doesn't feel good either. I think Int just feels better, and somehow it's even better in lane too. You go Conduit, and you're literally one-shotting the wave. I think I caught his form. If I only had more abilities to play with. Not enough.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Huge. Team winning. I'm just doing the solo thing where I just farm and wait. It's pretty cool, from my perspective at least. I'm saving Sunder for the next game. And I'll just Sunder this, I suppose. suppose a small, fun little thing for me at least. A while ago, my friend needed some help, and in some random situation, I ended up buying his Switch 2, and he finally actually came with it yesterday, so that's nice for me. Now I have the Switch to play around with.
Wash them away. Ultimate is attack the Gold Fury.
Not really sure I have anything to play on it yet, but I suppose I'll try out the no Donkey Kong game that everyone is so happy about. I suppose I will just start with the OP item. Despite not being against magic, I don't really think it's gonna make a difference. And it's just more OP, so fuck it. Fuck it, you know? Fuck. No, he's 1 HP.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right.
Why does Caprakan have a heal, and why does it feel so broken, man? How am I healing so much in a single camp? That doesn't feel right. Though I suppose I do have some lifesteal actually on the item now, but still, that feels like such a high heal. What is that? Dragon has to be OP, dude.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn it! I'm getting greedy. I wanted to see if I could just kill him on a tower, but he has Aegis, man! I didn't realize he had Aegis.
Enemy has been slain.
God damn. I blew everything into that Aegis.
Your left tower is under attack. You will go no further. Behind us. The rain shall wash them away.
I assume that I lost my blue off of it. But I'm gonna have to go check.
Enemy missing one.
Nope.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy Enemy missing middle. Gank right lane. Your right tower is under attack. On my way. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower.
Don't want the minions to spot me. Fuck, they did.
The Pyromancer has arrived. The rain shall wash them away. Oh, your hair is strong. When it rains, it pours. Your right tower is under attack. Triple kill. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold pure. Nice.
Not really. Honestly, I didn't show up for much. I think my team would have been just fine without me even being here. They definitely would. I didn't do anything. Guess the best thing I could do was simply just tank gold. But Wukong wasn't coming anyway. I'm sure they would have been okay. Ooh, I want to run. Come back. I think he still has ult, but that's his ages at least.
Enemy ultimate incoming. On my way. An enemy has been slain. Here I come. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Here I come. Your left tower is under attack.
Just a really boring matchup I'm dealing with in solo, man. I feel the need to rotate, but it also does mean that he kind of just gets to solo farm and take some of my stuff and then catch up to me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ah. I pressed it as he did, so mine is just so much fucking slower. Tragic. At least try and get the tower.
Your right tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Oh.
Slain. Enemy return to base. Enemy down. Attack fire giant. On my way. Here I come. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Don't know why I took it, to be honest. What the fuck am I gonna use it for in solo? Now it's just a waste of space. Though I could go down and blow down a door on the Phoenix.
On my way. Gank.
kind of hoping they could keep him there for a little bit.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing middle.
No, all these decoys! Damn, decoys are shitting on me.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, probably shouldn't. He does actually have this item as well. Fuck. He might outdamage me because of that. Alright. Enough fighting Wukong, I guess.
Under attack. The enemy team has destroyed
At least for no reason. The Aegis is really fucking me up. If it wasn't for that Aegis, I would have gotten him at least a few times.
Enemy spotted. Ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
I mean, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure I get Wukong as well. My cooldowns just came up.
Has arrived.
What is that? Why are they all here?
Your left tower is under attack.
Time to ward. Dude, I'm selling this shit. Does it sell for that much? Holy moly. Dude, no. Okay, so that's just glitched. Let me sell it for 1.5k. I need the space. I can't even sell it. Need wards, apparently. Yeah, Thor did not have fun there for sure. Kinda got cooked. Yeah, even getting 500. I expected like 30 gold. I just want it out of my fucking inventory. I really don't need it. Unless we do an objective like very soon. Because I don't mind holding on to it, but I don't think I'm gonna use it for a while. The thing is though, I do have both Bomb and Sunder. At least once it's back up, so that should be good to do an objective.
Fabuloso. Enemy missing right.
I'm healing so much.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Good thing we gave Cabrakan a cripple. No, you can just do shit like that. Have fun, Thor. Try to hammer once. Oh, you couldn't TP? Why? Maybe it's because of the 1 cripple and the 3 stuns? Oh. That makes sense.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Don't have my Sunder for this, but surely I can do it before he gets here. Cabraz's assist makes you sad. Fair. I will still just stand by the fact that I don't think that he needed to have a cripple. That's pretty much it. Like, the fact that they gave him his 2 again, you know, for another, like, ability to use is already really wild. But you gave him a cripple too. I think that's the insane part. I think it feels really nice to play with a double 2. Like, in not even necessarily like a fully broken way. Really try to range my 1 here. Yeah, Cabrakan never really needed CC. Like, in terms of utility in general, he already had 3 options in a way, right? He had the stun, and potential for like a double stun with a 1 and 2. Now you're giving him also a cripple, on top of him also still having a wall in his ultimate. Like, Cabrakan, like, he's CC in every ability, which is wild. No god in the game has that, I think, right?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ah, fuck it, I'll just chase this.
Enemy has been slain. When it rains, he pours. Attack fire giant. Attack fire giant. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Nice job.
I think I'm living in my own world this game. If I rotate, not much really happens. But my team is just kind of winning on their own here. Sarki just running it down.
Yes.
Let's do stupid one. Get a better cooldown as well. I'll just sell this at this point. I need wards.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Order, like me.
Nice job.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. Middle enemy Phoenix.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nice job.
Oh. I existed this game. Or something.
Victory.
Well done, Sarky. I suppose I'll just buy this game I've been looking at to replace Haste. Actually, what do you mean? Let me check. It's not exactly like Haste. I believe this game would be more... It's called XO1, but it seems to be more exploration related than it is... like a speedrun type game. I suppose I'll try it. It's not like there's any thing to lose there. And it's pretty cheap, so I'll do it. And I need to make sure you guys aren't seeing this. You're not good. Don't need my wallet leaked. Okay, it's downloading pretty fast. Might even be able to play it during this queue if it isn't popping fast. Was Kappa versus Songwukong a hard matchup? No, I kept shitting on him, but the problem was he kept running away, and eventually I just got bored and I just fought for no reason, and then I died. I got a bit bored in the lane. I also rotated too much. It was just overall going too well everywhere else, and I was getting a bit bored as a result. That's on me. I just overstayed. The one time I died, it was an overstaying problem. And then I would have 2v1'd him and Thor if it wasn't for Sobek also showing up, so it was just overall weird. I mean, Wukong will always just be a really annoying matchup. Because he has range and insane escapability. It's just an annoying-ass combo to deal with. It's like being against Apollo, you know? Oh, you finally caught up to the ADC? Well, he's gonna mess you and he's gonna run away again. Great. It's that type of shit. There's also this thing. Generally, I think any tank can solo any tank because of Sanguine. And he had Sanguine. So, there's also that. You may be the only other character with all abilities having CC. Yeah, you're right, because the old slows, right? Caprakens is just insane, because it's all... I suppose it's not all hard CC, like a wall probably doesn't count as a hard CC, but a wall is still more useful than than a slow, you know? I would argue that it's a hard CC without being a hard CC. It's just Caprakan literally has stun, cripple, wall, which is a fucking insane combo of abilities. He's just the biggest CC bot. Curved wall is also better than a line. I'm not too sure. I actually think Ymir's wall is better than Caprakan's. But I think it's because it's easier to like know exactly where you're closing them in. I definitely think it's situationally better, but I don't really think it's always better. But I see your point, though. I do generally agree that a curved wall definitely is generally better. I think the only reason why it's not better is because it has less range. Or maybe that's what makes it more like feel weird to me. I feel like Ymir's wall is better, but that's probably because of the range you can place it at. When I got Paula, instantly beats because I know the first thing they do is miss. Yeah, that's the thing though. But then you're also forced to beats. And if you're playing against an Apollo, this is I guess from the mindset also into an Apollo aspect. Apollo aspect is just he's tanky as fuck and he messes you, he dashes through you, and he generally has a decent amount of cooldown when he does this shit. And then he fucking just does it again. You're never catching up. It's boring. I'm not saying this just because I love playing Apollo aspect myself. It feels very cheesy and easy to do. Like if I get your beats, I'm running the fuck out, you know. At least as an ADC, like as a Merc, I think you definitely have ways to deal with it because you have so much damage output. But a lot of other gods are just kind of forced to sit there and not beats because what would you do anyway? They used most things to even get close. The Bracken heal felt OP though. I felt like his 2 is healing way more than it should. That's probably the biggest takeaway I got from playing Bracken that game. It felt like it was healing a solid like 5 to 10% of my health, which is way too much for playing a Bracken. And that only really escalates once you finish regrowth. Then you no matter what healing 5% more. At least until Sobek gives you a visit. Okay, I think I know what I want to play next. But just because it feels like every time I say something it gets banned, so I'm not gonna say it. It's a secret. But it's fine, I have a few things in mind. It does knock back though. Yeah, the Ymir wall. I also think that's very good, and even better. I think I didn't even know this in the beginning when I actually played a lot of Ymir, but apparently it also procs his passive. If you hit the knock up on them, your autos get enhanced just based off of that, which is crazy. You can keep that up for very long if you play it well then. I did think about trying Ymir currently with all these items. I think it could be okay. If you go for like a cooldown Ymir-ish type thing, then maybe you can actually... Maybe you can actually do something with it. Because you can keep them around. Just keep the slow on them. Sarki, do you prefer to mid? I can take support if you really don't play support. But... up to you. I have been getting mid a lot lately. Do I try Scylla?
Select your god. Oh, this Zeus game. Oof. This is a rough game, man, actually. The more they pick, the less I like the Zeus pick. Bacchus, Loki. Do I have to go Aegis? I don't even think I can actually go Beats. Which is terrible, because Bacchus will absolutely fuck up my day. But I need it into Loki, and I need it into Wukong. Otherwise, I'm just gonna die and cooldown in every fight. So I think I'm just gonna bite the bullet on that one. It's either that, or I have to go Boar.
Zeus.
Why choose?
I want to do this skin again. I love the autos in this skin. Thank God I'm against an actual mage, and not shit like Pele or something. Dude, oh man. I'm against Anubis as well now. Fuck. I'm just gonna bite the bullet and go Aegis. I really don't think I actually have a chance otherwise. Beats will not help me if Loki and Wukong ult me at the same time. That's it. That is the sad reality of my situation here.
Enemy spotted.
Playing a mobile mages always sounds fun, but when you see the enemy team, yep. I think I'll be okay. I just think I have to go boar. I have to admit that for once in my life, in this patch, I have to accept that I gotta go boar. Then I think I'll be okay. So I might have to do that second. I think I start with Deso. Right? Actually, do I? Yeah, I think I start with Deso. Get a power item that also gives me some cooldown. Follow that with boar, so I'm not completely fucked. And yeah, I think that's a good plan. Surely. Aw, Noob is great. My frames are not gonna love this.
What's up? Rain shall wash them away.
Keep it up. You have my attention.
I guess I'm not a huge fan of the voice pack on this skin, but it'll do. Instead of boar, just got 5 tank items. No. Oh, I just yoinked some XP there. I'll take it though. I'm not sure if he saw me go in, but he might have.
Vista, amigo.
Well, that sucked.
That's too bad.
Got one of them at least. Synchro people at 3K don't know the basics. I think that's just that's just the effect of people not having a big enough player base. Because that means the baseline is way higher than it needs to be, or than it would be, you know. Like right now, bronze, silver, whatever's after that, like all of those are pretty much the same thing right now.
That's too bad.
That sucks. I ulted a bit too late. I was waiting for him to be thrown and not for him to beat. So it just ended up being late for no reason.
Been slain.
Should have just done it.
Enemy missing middle.
Ultimate is ready. Be careful.
Enemy ultimate down.
Wish I had my ult. That should have been a free kill, but whatever. I got an ult for free.
Retreat. Enemy missing. Be careful. Completed. Enemy spotted. Be right back.
Kinda want to deny him this one. The big one.
Okay. Ultimate is ready.
Sucks. But maybe it's a blessing. Considering the three of them showed up. Kinda looking for that throw for my ult, but... this time I made sure that I did it early. But then this insta-stun came out. Unfortunate, my dudes. Oh my god. I hate when it doesn't reach. Because it does it so often. He's leveling his 3 too, I just realized.
Enemy spotted.
That's too bad.
Careful.
The rain shall wash them away.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Retreat, right lane!
He rotated?
Ooh, an ally has been slain. Double kill.
Claim this area.
Be careful left. Be careful left.
On my way.
Attack the bull fury. On
Enemy has been slain.
fury. Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
The enemy team has destroyed the careful yours. She burns.
The rain shall wash them away.
That sucks.
Sorry.
Don't get all worked up.
I'll take the 2 kills over the gold for now.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. They hit like a baby.
Watch out!
On my way. Ultimate is
down. Enemy missing middle. Be careful, left.
Okay.
Oh, easy wrong team.
What's up? Claim this area.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm huge, so I'm definitely trying not to just throw my life away here. Was it the same in Smite 1? I don't think I ever had it happen, but it could. I obviously didn't play that much Zeus in Smite 1. It wasn't really at the top of my favorites in any way.
Careful. She bites. Claim this area.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Be careful left. On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, that sucks. Miss a stun.
Careful. She bites.
Your left tower is under attack.
Claim this area. Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is destroyed.
No, not fast enough.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
All that because my boar was used to try and be aggressive. Gotta keep my boar in my hands.
Your right tower
Yeah, I suppose Zeus is different in Smite 2. Yeah, you're right. You would actually use the fucking shield. I actually forgot, dude, that this is a different Zeus. This has been the norm for so long now.
Your right tower is under attack.
What's out there? Claim this area.
I've got some good cooldown already, actually. Feels good, man.
Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Be careful.
Careful. She bites. On my way.
Move like a
Attack.
jaguar.
Claim this
Please, I'm so desperate.
On my way. Be careful, right?
Be careful, right? Your team wants out. Destroy.
Got him. Man up.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
What do I go next though? Probably just drain to rot maybe?
Your right tower is under attack. King! Be right back. Out of mana.
Man, if it wasn't I would have kept fighting.
Ally has been slain.
Careful.
And that chain lightning that missed was the worst, man. That would have been so good.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
On my way.
Okay. Okay. My bad, I guess, but at the same time, thought we were gonna go in. It was a good chain lightning, though. It just didn't feel like anyone really took a whole lot of damage. Did it go to like a camp or something? I'm confused.
I'm going for jump.
I heard that the chain line kept going. I thought that there were at least one of them gonna be decently low.
Be careful.
That was not the case.
Completed. Completed.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
On my way. Ward the Gold Fury. Enemy missing.
Be careful left. Be careful left. On my way.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Right there is exactly why I
Gonna need
went
a
both
lucky
beats as well as or Aegis because of Boar as well. Because fuck me, dude. Loki and everyone else is gonna keep doing this shit.
Well, that's
There's so much CC music that I need. And goddamn it, I need some kills. I worked so hard for Bacchus.
area.
Somehow who you still ended up yoinking that. I have the most assists.
careful left.
Careful. She bites. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Claim this area.
middle tower has been destroyed.
Vinna beats up or boar. I gotta just sit back when my beats up or are down. That's literally it.
Defend the fire giant. Well, suck. Completed. Ultimate is on my way. On my way.
Oh, could maybe be a steal.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
From now on, I'm just sitting back. I've been playing very in their face this game. Looking for Anubis and shit, but... whatever, I'm just gonna look for chain lightnings now.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
So you are right though, I'm hitting them with hearts. The power of love does in fact not do a whole lot of damage. Unfortunately. You know how that if you have a pet, they're just staring into darkness as if they're seeing a ghost or some shit and it freaks you out? That's how I feel when the words are randomly pinging for no reason. Why are you pinging? What am I looking for?
Enemy spotted. Enemies in middle lane.
4 people mid.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful. On my way.
Your middle tower is destroyed. Allies slain.
Well, that sucked.
That is unfortunate. If I had to say so myself.
Watch out now. Claim this area.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
King.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Behind us.
Let's focus on survival. We also shouldn't really chase this. Like we successfully defended.
Has arrived.
That's too bad.
enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
La vista, amigo.
Group up.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm so sad that I hit that chain lightning and it didn't matter because I just got CC'd to death anyway.
The rain shall wash them away.
Actually, fuck, I'm kind of regretting what I'm buying here. Can I buy something else with this shit? Not really, no. Fuck it. Chronos Pen into this.
My Arifi. Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very scary. Yeah.
It did matter, I know, I just mean like... I just wish I could survive for just a few more seconds.
Attack fire! Careful! On my way!
She bites.
Because that was a huge chain lightning, you know? If I was able to use my detonate on top of that, that would have been huge.
Okay!
Claim this area.
Be careful!
Careful. She bites. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready. Have fun out there!
The Pyromancer has arrived. Claim this area. Careful. She bites.
Group up!
What am I dying to, man?
Your right tower is under attack.
Did my sensitivity fuck up? It did. That really sucks. I missed too much in that fight as well. I played that pretty badly, but the targets kept swapping, so I got confused.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, what item should I build? I don't even know. Like, Bloodbound maybe for survivability at this point? Like, I don't even know. I don't really feel like my damage is the issue. Necessarily. Is Wukong tanky? No, he's full mage, so it's just Bacchus, and I don't really think I need it just for Bacchus. Soul Reaver? Maybe? Maybe Doom Orb as well? Fuck, I don't know. We'll see.
We need wards. Claim this area. Retreat, retreat.
Win some wars, boys. I'm just getting poked. We don't know where they are. I say that I don't bind the wards with me, but I do have 2 wards in the map, so it wouldn't matter right now.
On my way. She bites.
Wukong ult down.
Enemy has been slain. Watch out. The ace of my sleeve.
Yes.
That was huge. I knew we just kinda entered. I was thinking shard, but I just don't want to buy shard just for the Bacchus. I'd rather go for something that can maybe one-shot a carry instead.
Claim this area.
Destroy the little enemy phoenix. Completed.
All just ults. I don't mind doing it for poke at this point.
Right enemy tower. Retreat.
Haven't seen Zeus in a while. Yeah, me too. I played him last stream as well once. I still like him, but I do think he's pretty hard. Like he's pretty tough to pull off right now
Destroyed the pyramid.
in this meta. Soul Reaver or Doom Orb? Which one would be better for me? I'll do this one. At least this helps a little bit on the tank killing as well.
She bites.
That's still just for Bacchus though. I just want my one chain lightning whenever it goes off to do as much as it possibly can. Bubble wouldn't be bad. I don't think I can do more than... I have enough, like, defense items, I think, with Boar. I also have Jade Scepter. I think it would be overkill to go for more.
Wash them away.
Got a mana. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
White Phoenix is under attack.
I'm so sad Loki went in front of me as I didn't have my 2 up. He juked my ult.
Be right back.
Because he should honestly have been free being right in front of me like that. I was just ready with Jade Scepter and everything to follow up, but he did well juking all of it.
The Pyromancer.
Kinda want to see if I can farm for a 3k pot before all this fighting starts again.
We need wards. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Claim this area.
We're initiating on Bacchus again. Even when I called, I'm back in.
Okay.
Be right back.
What's out there?
Enemies have returned to base. On my way. Attack Fire Giant.
That still reaches, dude. That's insane.
Destroyed the fire. Careful. She burns. I'm king.
I pressed the wrong button, man. And it was all down. Just get out if you can. Who are you? Oh, I pressed the wrong thing, man. Fuck me, that's so bad. I panicked for some reason. Just press Aegis. Oh well, that's fully on me. I should not have died. Yeah, too many buttons, man. Smite 1 brain came back. I ulted too late on the Loki. Like, everything I did that fight was stupid and bad. I'm so mad about that. I have 21 assists on this Zeus. Time to retire.
Attack the Bull Fury.
I mean, it is what it get the fire, so it's not like we lost anything out of this necessarily. Well, we lost the fact that we could maybe have ended. But we didn't actually lose anything here.
Be careful. The Pyromancer. Claim this area.
that? Oh, it's not aspect. It's just Audibo. For a second I thought that was OE aspect. I'll walk behind in case Loki decides to wanna run up behind us. Nice bounce. I pressed Aegis, dude. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I actually pressed Aegis that time.
You move like a jackal. Get in the chaka!
Is that actually the end? We didn't even get the Phoenix. No, I don't even feel like I deserve to win this game. I've been playing like shit.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Man, they do end because the waves on mid are up? Fuck, man.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
15 seconds. Ah, fuck me, dude. I'm actually so mad. I would argue that I'm the reason we lost this game. And not Thor. The last two fights, I might have as well not have existed in the fight, and it wouldn't have made a difference.
Defeat.
That's how bad I think I played the last two fights. All because I couldn't press Aegis twice in a row, somehow. God damn it, dude. I think Nibble is bait on Zeus as well. I don't really think he should have it. Like, Zeus is... he's even more auto-based than someone like Ra. Or he's even less auto-based, I should say. Alright, let me try to open this game here. I'm so pissed. I don't know... guys, I'm fuming. I'm so mad about how I played that game. That game was ours. And all I had to do was hit some... was just press Aegis. 2 fights in a row. So mad. I want to cry in a corner after that game. Let's see, Q game. This one. I went beat stick and oh, what the fuck is that? That doesn't look right. I go beat stick on gods I feel like it fits on, I suppose. But was I actually against a healer in that game? What did they have? Wukong, not Herc. Wukong, and does Anubis count as healing? Like, obviously it's lifesteal, but does that count? What else? Hey, Pablo, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Just Bacchus? Yeah, it would have been worth it in that game, I suppose. Let's see. Did me that game only? I see. Yeah, I did it before. Actually, maybe it wasn't a mid. I think I just did it on like an Int Wukong build. But, I mean, same thing, I guess. Do you have the 4K? No, you don't, I guess. Wait, no, you do. Maybe. Yeah. Right now, this game is full screen for me, though. I kind of would like it not to be. It's okay, though. Looks fine on your guys' end. Maybe that's why it was so big, actually. Bro, this menu is terrible, honestly. You can't do window, but can I resize? I guess I can't, then I have to just go down resolution. Well, fine. Fine. Let's do this then. Perfect. Now it looks great for me, but now I have to make it bigger for you guys again. There we go. I don't know how good the music is, I suppose. I'll keep this here, but I think you guys can probably hear the sounds as well, so I guess I have to mute this game for now, until after the queue. Alright. What do we got? I could have the Thor I've been looking at for a while. Let's do Thor. I think that Zeus game has to be my worst game that I've done in Smite 2 for a while. Just mechanically. I can't get out of my head. I fucked up, guys. I'll try and do better. Oh, we got Bib. Oh shit. Am I against fucking Apollo solo then? That's really boring as Thor. Arguably a absolute shit matchup for Thor. Excuse me. Do I go Devils? Thor was really good with Serrated. So I guess I could do Devils. What am I against? Apollo doesn't have a heal, so going Brawlers first wouldn't feel good. Okay. Brawlers in this game though is probably good. Do you know who we're getting after Giannis? Not as far as I know. But we'll know once Giannis comes out, because then we'll be able to see. And he comes out, what, next week? Or, well, not next week, but like in a week from now-ish. A little over a week. Because I don't think we get anything this Tuesday, right? There's no patch this week. Maybe there's a smaller hot-fixing patch or something, but...
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, the 12th. That's right. So 9 days from now, we'll get the Giannis. Then, we'll see. Hopefully Vamana, guys. It's gotta be Vamana for sure. Toa, ti stille. I don't know what the dog is hearing, but he doesn't like it. I can't hear it though through my headset. But I can hear the dog barks right beside me. Yeah, no blue XP. Thank God it is not Apollo, though. I'll say that, but fuck me, man. Now I didn't get XP for blue because of Ra. I assume that Sarky leached the blue. Oh. It's because... Oh, I see. It's because he doesn't have bumpers. Whoops.
And the rain shall wash them away.
They're coming.
The heat burns down.
I think this matchup will be tough once Ra finishes Vital Lamp. Or maybe it won't, because I'll have Sanguine by then, so who knows.
Be right back. Your right tower is under attack. On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Actually, no, I won't if he starts with it. Then I definitely will not have it.
Be right back.
Hello, Iums. I don't know if you're actually supposed to say the full name, but... so far, games have been, I would say, not great, because my last performance is arguably my worst performance I've had in a long fucking time, but... like, the games have been good. I don't think I can just say that they've been bad, to be honest.
On my way.
Fenrir is here, be careful.
We kill him if he comes.
But I'm very unsatisfied with my performance so far.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemy spotted.
Give me a second, my alarm is going off. Alright, spin. We are fine. Actually, fuck, I'm against Ra. I should have gone Brawlers now. I forgot about it, because I thought it was going to be against the Apollo.
I will be right
I
back.
didn't oopsie again, guys. So many new items, I'm still not used to it. Hello, because me? You just want ups? Like in one word, or like UMBS is C?
The heat burns down upon you.
Tragic.
Your left tower is under attack.
Not thunderstruck. Enemy ultimate down.
One word? Okay, gotcha.
Rain shall wash them away.
On my way. Attack.
Better some biologists. What have they done? What are they up to now?
Oh, he's wrong team. I'm sorry. under attack.
Sorry. Blame the booze, not the blade.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle. The heat. Your left tower is under attack.
It's an aspect, bro.
Enemy ultimate down.
Was that also beats, chat? Did you notice?
Your left tower is under attack.
Yes? Okay. I thought so.
Enemy missing left.
I mean, I guess we're kind of behind in jungle, so that sucks a bit, but did not expect Fenrir around my blue here, to be honest with you. Ooh, unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
I didn't even think Ra was gonna stick around, to be honest with you as well. He was low. And without beats and ult, Kali is a threat to him. But he stuck around. Lucky. He ulted so late. Get the bib.
That's too bad.
Curses! My honor stings!
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Gods of frost.
My bad for rotating, I guess. I forgot, I'm solo laner, I shouldn't be rotating, because if I don't get anything out of it, I'm gonna fall behind. This fucking sucks now.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Fuck.
On my way!
Enemy ultimate down. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Nice job. Like a jaguar.
Kinda surprised we haven't ganked around once though.
Most
It's super easy for us to kill. Like I just wall him off and he's dead.
Enemy missing left.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your left tower is under attack. away. Sorry.
No trouble at all.
Allies been slain. Thank you.
Let's get this fucking item online. And then I will go brawlers. Because it would be so stupid not to go brawlers in this game. Don't think I'll be going mystical mail either. Probably go brawlers into contagion. I think it's the best option that I have.
Enemies incoming right. On my way. Enemies incoming
Your right
right.
tower is under attack. On my way. You move like a jaguar. Fabuloso. They hit like a baby. Nice job. Slain an enemy. Attack the gold fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Your left tower is under attack. Awesome.
That went pretty well, yeah. Went better than I expected. Rogers stayed and left too. Didn't expect that.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under Your middle tower is under attack. Destroyed a left. Your right
See, blue is
tower
up.
is
Just
under
take all the
attack.
farm on his side.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
No, sorry, done. Tragic.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming left.
I missed like, oh my god. I don't believe it. I could not have. I mean, once again, my mechanics are fucking shit today. What am I doing? What am I doing?
Rain shall wash them away.
Dude, I can't play the game today. This is such an off day for me.
Enemy has been
This is such an off day for me. I'm so mad today. I'm sad. What's the Bip doing? How does he live? Because I'm shit. That's the answer. I'm so shit today.
on my way. Enemy spotted.
No. Guess I will not rotate.
Attack the gold fury.
Guess I'm gonna go back to rotate on the gold. I will do better, guys, I swear. It's gonna happen. In my defense, he was healing a decent amount, alright? That's all I'm saying.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I was also kidding, there is no defense.
Keep it beats ult.
Attack right lane.
Should we?
Middle tower is under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Hey, your right tower has been destroyed.
Very good.
I mean, that healing is insane. That one is not on me. That's just Fenrir healing being what the fuck. Round 2. Round 2, boys. There we go. Ah, I mean, this time that was a squad a little faster, but at least I got him, right? Damn it. I actually wish I got him a little earlier, because I think I could have fought back. Maybe got an Apollo. Maybe not. Earlier probably hurts. Did you see Screen Game one-shot by full tank Bacchus in the tourney? No, I didn't actually. I didn't watch the tournament at all. I can't say I'm too interested in Smite competitive at the moment. But, I mean, that sounds great if that happened. And by great, I mean that's not great. That's, I gotta focus on this. They're on fucking fire.
Enemy has been slain. On my way.
Gank!
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Attack the fire on my way!
Maybe we just do pyro.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
let's just. No?
He will try to steal for sure.
Your team has destroyed
Ah, never
the
mind.
pyromancer.
Sorry, I just opened back up my own chat here. I'll check out that clip after this game.
Attack middle lane!
Keep it old, guys. They're kind of half HP.
On my way.
I need to reset.
We're all done. That sucks. Did miss my stun again though, which is really not great. Fuck, man, I want to get 20 so I can finish my damn starter.
What's the game plan? Go G, go gold? What do you do?
Yeah, I got it back first. I'll be there.
On my way! To courage and confusion!
How hot do I burn? Have you ever seen someone ignite ice?
They're all coming in. They're all in the air.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn, I just got fucking shredded by Merlin. God damn. Guess I should have pressed my knee in at least to do damage back. And maybe beats to get out of it all. But at this point, I've accepted that I'm shit at the game, so... Huge Oppo proc on the
Marvin
Harpy.
base down.
Damn, that Harpy really helped you with the Oppo there.
I called him, so he came over. It's good guy Harpy.
What a nice man. Or a woman, I should say. Harpies are only women, right? Are there man harpies?
Middle enemy tower.
I think we just do gold now.
Merlin seems really good this patch. I think he was really good before as well. Merlin in general, I think, in Smite 2, after mages got, you know, their usual item buffs and stuff, I think that he's been in a pretty good spot. Like, a good Merlin shows up. I've seen it multiple times during the last few patches.
My way!
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Its aspect right does no damage.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I kinda wanna reset. Get a lot of gold.
Me now!
Enemy spotted!
On my way!
The enemy team has destroyed the
If I hammer,
power.
I get cooked.
Your middle
Probably.
tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank middle lane.
Nah, retreat guys. They're all here.
Wash them away.
Then we're all done.
I'll pull in the air.
Should
Do
be
we
a free
push right?
Phoenix.
Like,
Just get free Phoenix while we have they have one death.
there's a huge wave in the right. In case they split push, that'll defend it.
Fuck, I'm just taking this damage.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Retreat.
Yes.
The rain shall wash them away.
Definitely sloppy at times for me in this game, but I think overall this one was fine. Like, I played fine. What the fuck are these merit scores? 7-5, 13, and 14. Overall fine. I'm glad we at least could win this. Plus 70 levels. Hell yeah. Exactly what I needed. Where am I right now? I need to check. Okay, almost. Yes! I'm almost Masters 3, guys. Yes! Moving up in the world, finally! It was Mage Kali, yeah. Yeah, Mage Kali is still good. It's a bit more reliant on you needing to get to mid and late game, but it's still really good. She still basically one-shots when she has her full build. Her 3 does an insane amount of damage. She scales way harder with Int than she does with Strength, but Strength will generally give you an edge early on, where Int will give you some one-shot potential late game. I think she's in a good spot in that both Strength and Int on her is good. They're both options. I think that's really cool. That's the ideal situation. If only Wukong could get there, that would be great. Okay, what the fuck is this game? So this game is something I found because of haste. I just kind of googled the usual games like this. Yeah, I got tired of haste, so I'm trying something else. It's gonna be like haste though, but it's not gonna be speed runny as haste was. It was timed, you know, and it was like a from map to map in a randomly generated scenario. But this is not. This is like an open world, I believe, exploration game, but with the same type of mechanics as haste. So it has like the momentum type thing when you explore around. I don't know what it does really, but let's see it. See what it does. And let me know if it's loud, because haste I had to turn down quite a bit. So. It's very low. Okay, that's good. There isn't really any sound outside of just some cracking noises at the moment. Like that, there is no audio. There's just space noises. Okay, now there is dialogue. Or is it? I don't know. It's pretty low for me as well. I'm not really playing this for the story, to be real with you. But I can skip it, I believe. No. We're here for it. Haste also had a little bit of setup, so probably it's gonna be a minute or two before I get into the actual game. Yeah, so you see it there as well. Like, you're traversing the same way as you would in Haste. I'm a ball. I'm a planet? Interesting. So you want to hold when you go down and release it to fly? Huh. Okay, so you don't actually have any movement in the air itself, it seems. At least not yet. Oh, it's very sensitive. Tribes Ascent 3. Yes. Oh, now I can move. There we go. It's definitely different. Where am I? Was I supposed to go here? Guess I'll find out. Oh, glide. I will say this though, I think this game is very pretty. I'm a disc. Cool. I'm no longer a disc. Double jump? Also, that's freaky. Stop flashing me with people I don't know. Okay, thank you. I can look around, but I really don't want to. Stop! Stop with the flashing. It's weird. I don't like it. Oh, there's a wind here. Cool. I suspect that you're dead friends. But I'm a planet! I don't have friends. I'm just a ball. Maybe they were my friends. My ball friends. Oh, I don't like you can move the camera, dude. I don't like it. Where am I going, game? It's currently controlling itself. I assume for tutorial purposes I'm not allowed to explore yet. Holy shit. I'm still being tapped out. I hope I can lock the camera. I'll check once I'm done with the tutorial though. Actually, I'm checking now. Can I lock the camera? I hate it. I'll also remove the film grain though. That's... I don't like film grain. It kinda annoys my eyes. But yeah, it doesn't seem like I can stop the camera from being used. It's very annoying. Motion blur is the option I found the weirdest. I'm also generally not a fan of motion blur, but it depends on the game, because in Haste, it turned out I actually preferred it way more. Haste had motion blur, but you also go very fast. Like, I think motion blur always a bit weird to me if it's in a game where there's no, like,
There isn't anything that's fast-paced. Because then it just looks weird to me. Well, I don't know if I'm done with the tutorial in this game, but I'm a little confused on what I'm doing now. I'm just rolling around.
Select your
And that might just be the whole game, but if it is, I might have to do something else. Alright, let's try the Aladdin. I wanted to do this. Just do back to the tank Aladdin. This does seem weird to me though. Very rarely in games do you get to control the camera while also using different... Like, I'm using WASD to move like this, right? But I'm also moving the mouse like this to look around. That feels really stupid and awkward, and I don't like it. That's too much movement with the camera. Okay, so you do want me somewhere, because now it's taking me back. Where am I going? Somewhere in this direction, I suppose. I want to see what this game has to offer, so I don't want to just disregard it yet. But this isn't necessarily a great first impression. Well, you're not gonna flash my dead friends again? Give me the flash of my dead friends. Are they in here? In the storm? I am really just rolling around. Alright, well. We will see if I decide to keep playing that after this this game. Otherwise, I'll just make it a job for myself to grab a new queue game for the next stream. Because I am definitely torn on... I've had enough of haste for now. Enough is enough. Maybe we gotta go to the beam. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm sure it wants me to go somewhere. There has to be some kind of visual indicator. Does moving the mouse not affect the direction you're going? No, it was only WASD. That's what makes it so weird.
Attack!
Chase the enemy.
So, Bluestone or Warriors? I feel like I need Bluestone for a not super shit early game, so I will do that. And what am I against? Who knows? Could be anything, to be honest.
It's a trap.
Let's just do Devourers then, and then I'll probably just build the same as I did on Thor in the last game, except for probably not going Brawlers this game. They only have Neath for the healing, and that's not really enough.
It's a trap.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for some suggestions if people know games like
Minions.
like the ones I've been playing on stream so far. Like, I just want a game that is easy to pause, and just maybe is something that is a little bit high maintenance so that I can stay focused while I'm in the queue. Because that's the whole point of my queue games, is that I don't get sloppy and like fall asleep while waiting for the queue. Oh, here's Neath.
It's a trap. Okay. Yes.
Well, that makes it awkward. Should I go Brawlers then?
Record! As cunning as a fox. Come here, Jimmy! Summon them! buff. Come here, Ginny. My condolences. The rain shall wash them away. Take this jungle buff. Record. Come on then, Ginny.
Enemies have returned to base.
It must not be your day. Enemy has been slain. You're as solid as a rock.
Sure. Awesome.
Strike! Come on then.
My original Q game that I still really liked, to the point where I even decided to just replay it in the beginning when I came back to streaming, was Super Meat Boy. So I don't necessarily like. It depends on what punishing means. Because like that is a punishing fucking game. But I do enjoy that. Or at least I enjoyed that game. But I'm not sure I would enjoy something like it. I'm not sure.
Let's go. Let's settle this. Come on then, Ginny. Come here, Ginny.
Waiting until we get out. I didn't want to start dashing. I wasn't sure how long there was left. Is there like an indicator somewhere how long left you have in the lamp when you're inside of it? Because I don't actually know. I never looked for it. But I was scared of dashing and then it interrupted the dash to TP us out. So I was waiting for that. I would have had plenty of time. Just felt like I didn't. Scrap this before I go back.
Record.
The lab has a circle like a smaller. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for it. Just go with Sash first. I guess I'll go Mystical Mail on.
Tower is under attack.
Yes.
Come here, Ginny. Come on then, Ginny.
I also very often notice that when I go back on my VOD, make sure that it looks well before I upload it to YouTube. I miss a lot of questions, so I do apologize for that, guys. If you sometimes say something and I don't see it, it's just... I'm not doing that on purpose. I'm just very overstimulated when I stream, so even if I look over at chat, I might only look at the newest comment and then maybe not something that was asked before then, and then I get distracted by something in the game itself, and then yeah, then I'm just cooked, you know. Then I'll end up forgetting about that comment in the first place. So I just wanted to say that real fast, because I do see it, every time I see it on my VOD, I'm like, fuck me, dude. Sometimes it's also a question I really want to answer too.
Rain shall wash them away. Come here, Ginny.
Enemy missing there.
Let's go, Ginny.
Attack.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Wow, man, this looks like a pretty big stomp so far. Dude, we're 5k gold ahead? Holy shit. In 6 minutes? If we don't win this, I don't know what to say.
Strike.
Played the mini metro, mini motorways? No, that I have no idea what that is. Never heard it.
Majestic. Enemy missing. Let's go. Into the lab. Follow them, Genie. Bring it thunder, yeah.
Max 2 OP or what? No, but you generally should max 2 if you're going strength, because it scales much more with strength,
To me, Genie.
while the 1 is more of an in-scaling thing. It's 30% strength on the punch scaling, compared to 15 with int. While this one is more of an int scaler in general. It's pretty shit with strength, to be real, in general. 1 is not great.
To me. Follow them. Enemy has been slain. To me, Genie.
It's nearly full road light, I see. Like another game I thought about playing more on stream was fuck, what was that called? It was also like a side-scrolling roguelike games, roguelike game. Fuck, I forgot what it's called now. It's pretty popular. That I originally played, but I wasn't a huge fan of it when I played it originally. So I could maybe try give that a shot again, but at the same time, probably not. I don't really think I would change my feelings on it.
Record. Let's go, Genie. Oh, easy wrong.
Dave the Diver is another like smaller game I would like to play. But I don't know if that's a good stream game. Or a queue game, I should say. I don't know if like it has pausing and like a good flow to get actual content done during a queue. Dead Cells, yes, that's the one.
Your team has destroyed a middle.
I gotta use my wish at one point.
Follow them. To me. Ah, no worries. We can fix this.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's rated very high. The thing is, it is a good game. It's just the way the roguelite is structured in that game isn't really for me.
Your team
And I'm also not a huge fan of side scrollers. That is a part of it. Side scrollers haven't generally been me. There's been a few that has really left an impression. I fucking love Hollow Knight, but that's also a very different game. So some side scrollers really put his claws into me, but on a general sense, like first person games, asymmetric games, yeah, as I just said, side scrollers are generally not really my thing. I'm definitely more of like a third person action game enjoyer.
Enemies in left lane.
Close.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A brief retreat. Then we will strike back.
I actually also never 112%ed Hollow Knight. There it is. It took a while for them to surrender. But I still love that game to shit. And right now, I thought about replaying it a few times. I replayed it twice. No, once. I played the game overall twice. But I don't want to replay it anytime soon, because there is a legitimately... I have a hard time really saying this, because I've been waiting a very long time for this, like so many others. But Hollow Knight Silksong should come this year. I'm still doubting it, because I don't see an actual release date. But that shit is supposed to come this year. And I'm fully aware of all this shit. I'm fully aware of all this shit that leads to it supposedly coming out this year, but I legitimately don't want to trust any of it until I see a legitimate release date. So, yeah. I've had a search show over 3 years at this point. That's funny. Yeah. I will believe it when I see a release date. But, I mean, there is actual proof, supposedly, right? I just don't want to believe it, but there's actual proof that this game should come out soon. It has literal playable demos at Gamescom. It is supposed to launch with the Xbox handheld thing, which should also come out this year, so there is actual evidence that it should come out this year, compared to previous years. So, I mean... Imagine they're also committed to Nintendo. Are they, though? It seems like they're committed to Xbox. I think Xbox is the main thing, and it's not going to be a problem for the Switch 2 to run, like, Hollow Knight, Silksong. So... I don't know, but who knows? I don't really know if they're involved in any of it, but... Xbox seems to be the main thing they're connected to. It's also where it was originally announced. But yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of good shit. Even if it doesn't come out, there's still a lot of other games I'm looking forward to. I'm still going through Death Stranding 2, but I'm only playing that with a friend, so I don't play it that often, but I'm still going through that. I just finished my replay of Ghost of Tsushima literally last night. And now that, as I said, I got a Switch 2, my Switch 2 just arrived yesterday. So I'll probably play some Switch games. I do want to try out Donkey Kong, but I'm not sure if it's going to be for me. But I mean, with how much people have been talking about it, I do at least want to give it a shot. And if that's not for me, I'll probably just go and play Animal Crossing. Because I've never played Animal Crossing, and I know it's going to be a chill game that I would actually enjoy. I like that type of game. I loved like Cult of the Lamb as well, which came on PC a few years ago, and which was basically just Animal Crossing but with combat. It was very simple though. Like it was a very short game. I believe it does have some a lot longer, like some bigger updates now, but that game was really fun. I like playing it, so I'm expecting Animal Crossing to be the same kind of thing, just without combat. So. Ruiner is an old, fast-paced favorite of mine. Celeste to feed the Super Meat Boy. Yeah, Celeste I already played. I could replay it, I suppose, but it has a lot more story as well. But I suppose I could maybe try, like, just play through Celeste again. It's actually not a bad idea. You know what? I'm gonna install Celeste again. And then I will refund this game. No disrespect to this game, but I'm not really feeling it. The ball game. It's mostly the controls that are really off-putting to me. Because once again, right now I'm going with WASD right here. You see, the camera is still turning, but then for some reason I can still look around with my mouse, and it doesn't feel good. I could just take my hand off my mouse, but you know what? No, I can't, because that is also where I have to use the gravity ability, so I can actually go faster. So I can't help but just press my mouse as well. It's a bit weird. I'm not a huge fan of the controls here. So for now, I will do this. I'll probably refund it, and then I will go back and play Celeste. Change keybinds. Maybe that would work, but I don't know if I could like with a mouse, because no matter what, oh, you know, maybe I could. I mean, I can also just stop lying to myself. I'm not feeling the game. I'm not. I'm pretty sure that is all the game is. You're just exploring. You're just a ball exploring things. And I kind of need a little more than that, to be real with you. It's alright, I'll go and refund it real fast. Alright, then I will find Celeste. Assuming I actually played it on Steam. Did I play it on Steam? I did, okay. Because I definitely didn't do everything in Celeste, so maybe I can just go for like 100% completion or something to replay it here, or while going through it. Because it definitely has some difficult elements in the completionist stuff. I would say overall the game isn't that difficult though, but I'm pretty sure that back when I played it, I just played through the essentially just the story. Played on Epic because it was free. Damn. Right, I am picking as well here. Nem is open. Do I go Nem? Kind of thinking Bologna because double ADC, but Bologna is so boring. I'll do a Nem game. Duet is a 2-button game, but it's so challenging. Interesting. Alright, Celeste installed. Just open it as well, I suppose. I also saw, didn't their new game get cancelled? It was called something like Earthblade, I believe it was. Earthblade? It was recently cancelled. I heard. Is that true? That would be fucking sad. They recently announced it too. Like, what happened? Hopefully someone else picks them up so they can continue their work on it. Unless it was their own choice. Might have to make it a little bigger on my end. Oh shit, I would have to play with keyboard and mouse. I think I played it with control the first time I played this. Oh yeah, it has awkward controls. Okay.
Give me a second. I'm trying to turn down the music so there's no sounds. There we go. Can I control it? I can. I do actually have one. I think I will just do that as well. It's just a little extra awkward because I'm streaming as well. But I think it's okay. I can do it. Apollo. This will probably be pretty boring. But you know what? Not much to do about it. Probably just rush Lash. I don't think Nem is a Devil's Rusher.
As cunning as a fox.
I think maybe I don't know. Maybe she is because I do want some kind of item. Actually, she probably is. Fuck it. I will do Devils. Otherwise, my damage is going to be so low. Neo says hi. Hello, Neo. Where is Neo? I'm assuming you're a friend. Have you played Mass Effect? Yes, I have.
Minions have
And I liked all of them. Even if the ending is slightly rocky. That doesn't ruin my experience with the rest of them. It was great. I also played all the Dragon Age games, even the new one. Which I did enjoy, but not as much as the others. Well, probably enjoyed about as much as I did too, I guess. Have you not played the Mass Effect series at all? Because me, like those games are fucking awesome, dude. I love those games. Like they're like some of the best storytelling I think you find in games.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere
They're
to
absolutely incredible. I think they're one of the few games I think I would erase from my mind and replay them. But I'm generally a bit mixed on that phrase in general because I don't want to erase anything that I've experienced. They're part of what I've like why I love things, you know. They're just a part of the shit that I enjoyed. I don't want to ruin the experience in any way.
You did go low jungle, careful.
balance. Let me tip the scales.
It's also his shell.
Surface jump or no?
the rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, Apollo is not respecting the damage right now. He's taking the hits.
There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
Does minion not reflect their like damage onto themselves? That's interesting. I do get the healing out of it, but they don't take any damage. It seems.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Enemy only. Your middle tower is
Balance
under
is
attack.
overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Ultimate is down. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I agree. I'm a greedy bitch, so I don't want to back.
It's fine.
But keep dreaming.
Excellent.
I also kind of want him to be greedy.
Your left
domain. All I need. There's no running from me.
But I don't want to just waste my ult, so it's back. Get Devos. Oh, wait a second. Didn't realize we had Baron Potion.
Nowhere to hide.
Your left tower is under
Yeah, I thought I could maybe do it, but I was also a bit scared that I was running out of mana.
Enemy let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me.
Okay.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
What's cracking that on? That's in your ult.
Rip my blue buff though.
There's no running from me. Let's settle this. Judgment is my domain. It's like now. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I'm cooked.
Enemies in left lane.
Man, why is the support here? Of all things, why him? Why the support? Why is the dog in the backyard when it's not your dog? Huh? Of all the people to get the kill, at least it's him.
There's no running from me.
Wait, I'm coming.
The rain shall wash them away.
your left
I don't know what that name means.
Nowhere to
I did
run.
make the mistake of ulting the Apollo, I suppose. Like, I probably didn't need to ult him. I just wanted to make sure that I could catch up. I just used it for the slow. But if I had my ult when Cerberus shows up, I don't die, you know?
is under attack.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. One strike is all I need. Balance is overrated. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Your right tower.
I'm coming left. Oh, oops.
He interrupted my ult with the Nugget, man. I'm so mad. This game is going like shit now. Yeah, he actually interrupted my ult with his fucking knock up on the dash.
Is under attack.
It's a classic.
There's no running from me.
How annoying. I probably shouldn't fight him as much and just let him stay on high HP so I can use my ult in those cases instead.
Nowhere to run. Let's settle this with style.
You're gonna have a Sir behind you.
Style.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Enemy missing. Hasta la vista, amigo.
There's no running from me.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
My domain. One strike is all I need.
Your left tower.
There's no running from me. Let's settle this with style. My style.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The good part is at least he didn't go brawlers. I would have been absolutely fucked if he went brawlers this early on. But now he's just ahead, so far ahead in XP because of that stupid kill.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Enemy missing left. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Gank middle on my way. On my way.
Going on, boss.
Your right tower
Judgment is
is
my
under attack.
domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to
Enemy
hide.
has been slain. Oh, you move like a
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Just
That's
getting
not
body,
old.
body block by creeps here.
Judgment is my
right tower
domain.
is under attack.
Yeah, I can't fight him. I need my items on land
Not
first.
yet, but keep dreaming. Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack. That's too bad.
There's no running from me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Judgment is my domain.
On my way.
There's no running from me.
Be careful. Be careful. Enemy behind us. The pirate.
Yo, Kronos, can we do gold? Come gold, come gold.
I mean, what is this? What the fuck? I didn't even expect Poseidon here and fucking the Kernels here. Even if I actually get my ult off, I'm still gonna die. Because by that time I've used my beats as well as my ult, and then fucking Cerberus just ults me. Fuck, man. What is happening in solo this game?
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Ally has been slain.
They're all really low. It's just wildly unsatisfying, man. It's still good that we got gold, but we're just losing so much XP as a result of not fighting back in these cases. I also gotta shape up a bit. I'm playing this really sloppy. I think if I beat, actually... If I beat and then 3, I don't think I lose the shield, right?
Nowhere to hide.
But because the Kraken knocks up, I insta lose the shield. Because that's just how it works, and it's super annoying.
One strike is all I need.
So even though I actually Krakened, or like 3'd my Kraken there, it doesn't
Slain.
heal me? As long as if I understand it correctly.
Enemy missing left.
Like a jaguar. Ooh.
Let's settle this. There's no running from me. My style.
Without tower, I probably should just stay way further back.
One strike is all I need.
Need to stop letting Fenrir solo my blue at least. Probably hasn't even been there for it.
away.
Not bad.
Oh, my horrific.
Let's settle this with style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need. There's no running from me.
Oh, he also went for that item. He's gonna have a lot of HP this game.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Actually not, because he also went Berserkers to even it out.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just happy he went Contagion. Or he didn't go Contagion. That's the item that probably really would have fucked me. Brawlers, Contagion, and I can't fight back.
There's no running from me.
Completed.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Enemy has been slain.
There's no running from me.
Enemy spotted.
Balance is over here.
I need an ult.
Tip the scales.
Ally has been slain.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Ha!
Spank. Get Lash online. I mean, it still does percentage based like damage. Does
There's
not
no
tower.
running from me.
It does the like still does percentage based, like 1% I believe. Of your HP, right? So it doesn't matter how much health he has.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
In fact, he just boosts my player damage then.
There's no running from me. It is my domain. One strike is all I need.
Yeah, now I can fight back.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. On my way.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
There's no running from me. Balance.
Enraged. Also,
It's a lot of beats and shit though.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I do apologize if it's extra painful to look at today, boys. I don't know, I'm having a bit of an off day apparently.
Let's settle this with style. There's no running from my style.
Hasn't happened in a while, but still happens at times.
Judgment is my domain.
At least I can blow the mess pretty easily because he always uses it on my 3.
Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me. Ha!
ally has been slain.
On my way.
This could be really huge.
Enemy
They're so out of position.
hit like a baby.
ultimate incoming.
Your
Nowhere
right
to
tower
run.
is under
Nowhere to
attack.
hide.
Your team has destroyed the
On my
pyramid.
way.
I'll TP you right. Just chase me if you can.
There's no running from me. The guilty always fall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Justice is my domain. One strike is all I need. There's no running from me.
Destroyed a right. Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Enemy ultimate down. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
I actually have so much gold. Can we reset?
There's no running from me. Scales.
Kraken down.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just always
They're in the tier 2, boys. I mean, that's a really dumb chase from them. I mean, I'll take it, but that's a really dumb chase from them. Why me, though? Oh, they still got another kill. That sucks. That's a full deal side, though. Wow. Do they hate me? Was that personal? They don't have anything that counts as a heal, right? Because I actually really want rollers this game. But I don't think it's gonna proc on anything.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I want to save for my starter here. Get your confidence up. It's not so much like about low confidence. It's just like sometimes I just have off days. It's just me accepting that today I have an issue mechanically, but it'll be fine tomorrow.
There's no
Does that
running
make
from
sense?
me.
Like, I just know these days happen to me sometimes. So it doesn't get to me outside of me just being a bit annoyed that today isn't great, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm fine with it's gonna get better tomorrow.
Nowhere to run,
It'll all be okay.
nowhere to hide.
The future is bright, but right now is ass.
There's no running from me. Ha! One strike is all I need. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Yeah, he really doesn't do any damage with that build.
There's no running from me.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nowhere to run, settle this nowhere to hide. My style.
Enemy has been slain.
One strike is all I need. There's no running from me.
Your last tower is under attack. Out of my way. Your last tower.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Out of my way.
Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me. One strike is all I need. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
All the buffs are down. Fuck.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Let's settle this with style. My style. Let's sharpen this edge.
Rain, wash them away.
The enemy team has destroyed
Nowhere
the
to
pyro.
run.
Your right
Nowhere to
tower
hide.
is under attack.
On my way. There's no running from me.
Domo. Enemy spotted.
Was hiding now, bees.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Retreat.
On my way.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Oh, oh.
Enemy ultimate. There's no running from me. Nowhere to hide.
Free your soul.
My domain. Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me.
It's hard for me to have a target this game. Like, Huyi and Poseidon are just never around. I don't know where Huyi died. Or, never mind, he died in the very beginning of the fight. So I'm forced to attack the two tanks in this game. Which is kind of what I don't want to do, because I kind of need them to be healthy so I can ult them. In this case, Cerberus was, so it worked out. But
Nowhere to run. Strike nowhere to hide.
yeah. Definitely a few mistakes in this game that also shouldn't have happened.
Victory.
I'll do one more, then I think I'll be satisfied for today. What much damage took that last fight? I definitely took a lot of damage. I was even tanking the tower as well. But I was doing that on purpose since I still had all my tools available. I don't think it's overly bad gameplay and them solo sucks from behind and your laning phase was fucked. I think it was fucked because I played it bad though. And Neve isn't that bad in lane anymore. She's actually quite good in Smite 2. Because clearing the wave is so easy in Smite 2 compared to Smite 1. So you can clear the wave pretty easily. And I just fucked up, man. I mean, Apollo is definitely not an easy matchup in general for any melee character, but I also don't want to keep shooting myself down here, but I feel like I'm just making a pretty logical assessment as to why I feel like I'm playing bad today. And when it's happening. Instead of ignoring it. I'd rather like point out my faults than just ignore them. No, you're definitely right. Like, Fenrir taking a blue on cooldown was rough. I think I should have been there when it spawned, though. Because I think this is a classic case of, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, type situation where I knew he was gonna keep doing it. I should have just been there on spawn. Because he's not gonna soul it if I'm there, or at least I can steal it back in some way, or have some kind of fighting chance. But that wasn't really the case. Like, that was just purely me forgetting my blue is spawning, and while Apollo is in lane, that doesn't mean Fenrir isn't going to be in my blue buff. And don't get me wrong, you're right, like my jungler maybe should have been there for my blue, but it doesn't change the fact that I could have played it better as well. And that's the part I want to focus on. It's myself.
Select your god.
I kind of want to do Aladdin again, because the other game was kind of just... It was an early surrender. I'll try the Aladdin again. Let me see if my controller is even connected to this game. Is it? No, it's connected to Smite, I think. Yeah, it's connected to Smite. Well, I guess I can't use my controller then, because Smite has that in its clutches. I can probably get used to mouse and keyboard. Like, it should be okay. I just don't understand these controls. Like, why am I canceling shit on X and C, you know? But that's so weird. Okay, yeah, so I... As fuck. Dude, who was this? I haven't played this game twice. Did someone else play in my account? What the fuck? The one... Yeah, this one is me, because I completed that. What is this one? Yeah, that was you. What the fuck? I don't think I played it twice, did I? Huh. No, you know what it is? I'm pretty sure I played it the very first time a long time ago, when maybe even when it came out, because it was recommended by a friend. But then I didn't like it, and then I went back later, and then I played the game. So this might be my very first one where I didn't care. So I just went as fuck. All right, let's go new game. Name is... What about... Oh, I have to do it like this. Shit. Oh yeah, because me, can you add flirt? The flirt emote. I use it sometimes, and I know it's not available in my chat right now. And who is it's a bit such, honestly. Who was it? Hello, Burn. Good to see you. Let's go with... What about fuck ass? Very original. Very inspired, and it's also a reference. So, you know? I don't know why. How the fuck do I cancel? There we go. Yeah? Yeah, perfect. That is the one. Thank you. Nice. Alright. Now that game is ready to play. But first, Smite. I am probably against Bologna, meaning I can't fight anyway, so... think I just do a good old Devo stack again. The flirting mode is so cute. I like it a lot. Very cute emote. And very often relevant. Yeah, Sav uses it a lot. I use it a decent amount. But I'm kind of doing it because of Sav.
Minions have spawned.
I saw him use it a lot, and I decided I like it.
Enemy spotted. Recall.
He's gonna try to steal. I will see if I can stop him.
To me. Thanks. To me, Genie.
Need those frames to stop dropping. I think I lost 2 creeps for that, though. That's kind of unfortunate. I shouldn't even have gone to pick it up.
Recall. Follow them.
I think I should have just gone straight to the wave.
To me, Genie.
And even poked him too. He did have his 1 though, meaning I couldn't actually fight him at level 1.
Enemy missing. Oh, be careful.
To me.
Ally has been slain. Be careful left. Yes.
To me, Genie.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To me.
The Swedish influence. Can't help it. He's too charming, you know?
Recall.
Is it Bologna making me framey? I'm not sure what it is.
Let's go, Genie.
Spicy 44 damage from my 1. Clean.
The rain shall wash them away.
To me.
Oh, easy run.
To me, Genie. Enemy spotted. Completed.
Classic. Another one where bots is armor the enemy jungler just taking my blue.
Recall.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. slain.
Duo was winning so far though, so that's something. Something.
Your middle
That's
tower
the hope.
is under attack.
Because I will just inevitably fall behind now.
To me, Jimmy! Power them! Enemy ultimate down!
It's alright. Let's finish this. No, it's not the same from last game. Wolfie is a different. He was on my team last game. He was my Susano. He was my jungler. But now he's gonna take my blue. It's a classic. He learned the strats from the enemy jungler last one, realized that I hate it, and now he's doing it himself. It's definitely that.
On my way.
No chalice? Nah. I want to save my gold.
On my way.
Enemy missing right!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Power them, Jimmy! To me! Strike! Enemy ultimate down! Enemy spotted! Let's settle this!
I missed.
It's not possible. Your right tower is under
This really sucks. I don't really think I can fight back. I just gotta stay back from blue, I suppose. Sucks I missed my ult though. That would've been kinda clutch. I'm still pretty sure that I die anyway though. I can't fight bots this early. While stacking devos this
Your right tower is under attack.
with this little stacks. We're just not fighting back. It feels like. Well, it looks like we got outred at least. Whatever.
Your right tower is
A frontline Aladdin from behind will not be good though, I can already tell you that.
Maya Riffy.
So my priority now damn.
Let's go! Power them!
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right!
Your right tower is under attack.
I didn't think he was gonna be on the way. Did not expect him to be that close to mid. Weird. I'll take it.
Defend.
Enemy ultimate down!
Your right tower is under attack.
To me!
I'm surviving. Doing my best.
To me, Jimmy!
Enemies have returned to base. Enemy ultimate down.
Let's grab a word for blue as well. Maybe there's a chance we can fight back if
We can see them.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, we're gonna lose gold.
The enemy
There it
team
is.
has destroyed the gold.
Allies slain.
I can't believe it, you still got it. That's so tilting, man. We lose gold, I'm still losing my blue. It's truly one of the games of all time, this one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I did see though, why the fuck did Hu Yi back when they were on gold? I literally saw him do it as well, and I was like, what is happening over there? That was very strange. It's like a jungle void game. So far, kind of, but also, I don't know what the... well, I mean, he's 0-5, so kind of. I suppose I can't really say anything against it.
Allies slain.
Enemy missing right. To me, Genie.
Bellona is also pretty rough to meet. I think maybe when I have double
The pyromancer has arrived.
double chicken yellow damage, maybe I can fight back.
Recall.
Problem is, I can't even really poke him because he's just gonna heal it back up. I should have gone brawlers this game.
To me, Genie. Let's go, Genie.
The rain shall wash them away.
Into the mouth.
What? What just did 100 damage? Huh? He fucking sanguines. Tragic.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay, I mean sanguine diff, I suppose. Rip my power wish. So much for that. Just a random instant 100 damage when I landed.
Attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Ain't no way I'm TPing to the left. I did miss my ult again though, which is really stupid. Because honestly, I don't think I should have died there if I just hit the ult. But
Recall.
the sloppiness continues.
To me. To me, Genie. Power them, Genie.
I'll just have to give this up. If Buzz is around, I can't. I'm just dead, so.
Wash them away.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Fabuloso.
Enemy missing right. enemy missing right. Be careful middle. Recall.
I mean, at least Bologna is leaving the lane. That is good.
Follow them.
Let's see if Agni sticks around.
Let's go.
Wasn't sure if anyone was nearby. We just fucking ulted out of panic.
A brief retreat. Then we will strike back.
He actually TP'd. Okay.
Oops,
On
unfortunate.
my way.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
To me. Follow them.
Lead it in.
To me, Jimmy.
Never forget.
Okay, never fucking mind. There's just 4 people there? Dude! What the fuck? Okay. That's so random. I'm stupid for jumping in the first place, but I didn't expect 4 people there. Okay. I'm just shooting myself in the foot everywhere I go. Do I have Sunder? We do have Sunder at least. Nice. That's huge. Very unfortunate placement on Harpy. Oh, we're just all dead. I don't know why Herg isn't right though. At least get the tower.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's go. Into the lab. Follow them, Jimmy. To me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Jimmy, I must slip away quick.
They're pretty low.
Enemy has been slain. Very strong.
Your middle tower
I'll take that. That sucks.
destroyed a right enemy.
Bellona is definitely the hardest for me to 1v1, I think, inside the lamp, because I kind of need to auto to do some decent damage here. It's either that or I try to keep like a safe distance and see if I can just fully rely on the taking damage from Mystical and Sanguine, but I think her 3 is long enough to reach. Hello, Walder.
Your left tower is under attack.
Agni beats this well in that fight. That's also why I ended up having to aim for Bellona instead. Maybe I can take advantage of that now. Agni, I definitely 1v1, I'm pretty sure.
My way.
To me, Jimmy.
Enemies behind us.
Recall.
It really wants to ult me, I don't know why.
Enemy ultimate down.
To me!
I think he's tilted. He wants to fight so badly, I really don't. I'll stay away, thanks.
Recall!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Let's go! To me, Genie! If this happens, we'll strike back.
Damn. Healing. Okay, I mean, I think I have to go brawlers. Like, the more I'm looking at it, the more I should definitely just go brawlers and accept it. It's good anyway. I need the power. I gotta stop missing my ults as well. And I gotta use my wishes. It's a lot of shit that I could do better here as well. Think you win this? Yeah, surely. We definitely win this. Yeah, this is who's on the enemy team. I'd say just based off like the lobby, it's pretty even. And I think now that Herc has, I mean, he's level 19. I think he's gonna be just fine now because the player isn't bad, but he had a pretty rough start. And as a result, I kind of got fucked because my blue got stolen most of the time.
Yes, enemies in left lane.
Enemy missing right. To me!
I do not know where Herc is right now, though. It's kind of in enemy territory.
Your team has destroyed the fire alert. Your left tower is under attack.
To me! Right! Into the lab! Let's go, Genie!
Your left tower is under attack.
A lot happened there. I wasn't really sure what the fuck even happened, to be real with you. Why is the ADC backing again, dude? He's the one that shouldn't back.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Good luck, friend.
While Aladdin frontline is fun, I definitely don't think it's good.
To me!
But I'm gonna have to see it in a situation where we're basically even. And I can maybe do a 1v1 or like a backliner or something like that.
To me, Genie!
The gold
To
fury.
me! Come on then, Jimmy! On my way! Group up!
Your team has destroyed a left. Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, why is Hoyin mid? He keeps whining at the Hercules, but my dude isn't grouping up.
Middle lane.
Come on then!
Very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Let's go!
Enemy has been slain. Rain, wash them away.
Okay.
Wolfie, did you miss dagger?
Enemy
I don't want to talk
has
about
been
it.
slain.
I do not want to talk about that one bit. I was 5 fucking 20 HP. Oh my god.
It looked so
That's
funny.
shit.
You just disappeared
That
on my
is so
screen.
shit.
I was like,
I
what
was
just
sitting there,
happened?
I was counting it down as well, and I was looking at the Titan hitting me as well, and I'm like, oh, you know, like I have enough time. No, that's fine. Don't worry. And I think if I would have taken another hit, I would have died anyway. But I was literally on 520 HP. That's
Yeah,
so
it looks
freaking
so funny, man. You just fucking disappeared on my screen.
Hey.
Record!
Back in the fucking cemetery. Careful.
Damn. Should have gone for Acne when he was here. Only after seeing Acne and then bots and mids did I realize I should have. Shit. Fuck. I'm so split because I really want Contagion in this game as well. But I don't want to sell any of my items. Actually, I could sell the fucking lamp. Why don't I sell the lamp? I don't think lamp does anything for me at this point anyway.
Record!
Enemy ultimate down.
All it does is take up a slot in my active slots anyway.
To me, Jimmy! Into the map! Let's go, Jimmy!
No. Bellona just heals too much. I can't deal with it. Once my...
A brief retreat.
I guess once my active items are down, I can't fight back. She just fucking threes me and that's it. Time to just sit back and wait for her to ruin my life.
The rain shall wash them away.
Tokens and tinctures.
I think I just go strength.
Collection.
Let's go for auto bullshit.
Your middle tower
On my
is
way.
under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Come on then!
fuck? Just cancelled my 3.
Attack the fire giant.
To me! On my way! I'll defend. Enemy spotted!
Enemies in left lane. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Pummel them!
Just leave gold, just push. We can't risk dying here, boys. Careful in left.
Enemy missing. Destroy the right enemy. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane.
Ah, no worries. Let's go, team!
The pyro has arrived.
Our
Middle
back!
out.
Enemy spotted! Pummel them! Let's go! Pummel them!
Enemy has been slain.
Destroyed a middle enemy.
Never actually needed to use my revive. Probably could have used it when they... No, actually, never mind. I don't think I really had a good opportunity to really use it. I don't know what I want to waste it. What are we cooking today? I was just lucky that my ult always ended up being not beached. Like, I missed it in earlier, but for the most part, it was just not beached on characters that even had beats. Frontline Aladdin is definitely fun, but man, the laning phase is really tough. If you're against something that is good at being aggressive like Bellona. There's just, in no world can I fight her. I just don't have the damage. Alright, last game. Hey Wolfie, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I enjoyed the one game we were on the same team. GG's.
Select your
What are these
god.
bands? I love this meta. Wand. I was about to ask if someone wanted something, so that's perfect. What do I pick, though, for myself? Is it a Chuck game? Yemoja? That's tempting, actually, now that you mention it.
I could. Are they not picking though? They're not picking. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to watch the one shot real. Let me do that real fast, just in the back. Yeah, I mean that's just Contagion. It's so stupid. Tried the A Mojo this patch? No, I haven't, because it's not good. I know full well that it will not be a consistently good pick, but I do want to play it for the fun of it, and I might just do that this game because I'm actually in the mood for it. I thought about it in the last 2 games, and honestly, I've won enough today that I feel like, you know, I can actually just try it. My match history is very green. Surely I can do it. The problem is just that that build that I used to go with will not be good into another frontline building the OP items that you have in the game at the moment. It just won't even be able to match it. That's my only sad thoughts about it. Because I kind of feel like I need to know what I'm against to pick it. And right now I'm first pick, so I can't really know that. Because as much as I do want to play it, I don't want to pick it when it is just a bad pick. That's not really how my mind works. Yeah, I'm not hard stuck anymore. Just play it, Chuck. I actually thought about it. I did think about it. No, no, no. We are doing it. Okay? There is a plan. Whether this plan is good remains to be seen. But there is a plan. It's kind of an 07 in the chat, to be honest. But you know what? Let's try it. Let's see it. I have high hopes for myself in this one. I'm confused. Are we trying to proc Vital Lamp of Yemo autos? I didn't think about that, but probably not, no, because I'm solo and that won't be useful for a long time. Vital Lamp might not be a bad idea, though. Does Yamoja have a self-heal in some way? Like, my 2 doesn't heal myself, which really sucks. But do I have some kind of self-heal? The reason why I'm asking is just if regrowth would be worth it. But regrowth would maybe be worth it later when I can actually heal my allies. Dude, our comp is so bad. On top of what I picked, we also decided to go Rama. Shit. We're absolutely cooked. The 2 heals if it bounces back to you. Yeah, I just mean like if I'm actually alone. Do I have somewhere to proc it myself? And I don't think I do. So I don't think it's worth for me to go regrowth until maybe way later. Mercury. I am into Caprakan though, which means I can go Brawlers, and that's a good thing. I have to go Beats this game as well. I actually hate that, because I would rather have Shell into their team comp. Let's do that start.
Golden nectar. Just
Actually,
what
I
was
think
looking for.
I really want this first. No, actually, I shouldn't go for that first. Yeah, never mind. That is physical defense into Cabrakan. That's not really gonna do much for me. Command procs Brawler with his 2. Yeah, he does. He does indeed. Vital Amp might also be a nice idea. After healing yourself... No, I don't think I'll be healing, that's the thing. I really don't think I'll be healing that much this game. I wasn't planning on it. Should I go Death Toll? The reason why I'm doing this is because I don't want to... Death Toll would definitely work, but I'm a little too scared of being not tanky enough into an early Cabrakan. I want to survive the early game. Death Toll could do that too, I suppose. You might have been right. Maybe I should have gone Death Toll. You might be right. It's okay though. I'll have enough damage with Brackies, and then I can go straight into Sanguine after. Even if I might not use this much, there's just no reason not to go Sanguine. It even gives me power. And it gives me the magic protection to Cabrakan that I need. So... Does Vital Amp actually work with the autos? Because then I might go for it, yeah. A bit later. Didn't mean to take that much damage, but oh well.
There, my radiance. I now. Gleaming shards.
I actually, he might die if I hit that. Tragic.
Be careful left. Enemy missing. Enemy missing middle. Cancel that. I'll attack right lane. Attack. Attack.
Okay.
I mean, surely we attacked before that.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Fuel for the fire.
Night and day. Okay.
Where is our jungler, man?
Help right lane.
Whoops, that is the wrong item. Dude, why was our jungler? That should have been the freest kills, to be honest.
Wash them away.
Like, wait. Yeah, dude, the Rao was the one ganking. I was like, what is even happening here? Why is the mid ganking me this early? I guess we have Ra jungle. Never mind, it's not Ra jungle. Susanna's jungler. Where the fuck is the jungler then? What even happened? That's... I'm so confused what just happened.
Gleaming shards.
Your middle tower is under attack. Very good. Ally has been slain.
Clean. Almost. Not clean. But it was clean. Oh, fuck. That wasn't clean.
There, my radiance.
I'll just back now actually, because I don't have TP and I'm low already, so this might be a challenge game when I can afford it. I don't think I'm gonna buy anything else until I have Braggies though. Braggies is kind of big for me.
Enemy ultimate incoming. You rule.
Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bear my radiance. I now. Watch the shadows run from my light. Forth in gleaming shards.
That's so annoying. Okay. Still got him. But holy fuck. That was bad. A kind of bad ult. I tried to just close him in, but
Right there.
that is true. I also wish I would get some regen in the fountain. That's actually kind of weird why she doesn't.
Flame
You definitely should get regen in the fountain. It's kind of weird that you don't. Like all resources, okay, maybe not, because now I'm kind of thinking about gods like Bari and Cocolin and shit like that. They probably shouldn't, but I feel like Omi you should, because it works like mana.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
bear my radiance.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Think Bracken is trolling? Maybe. I'm not sure that it's gonna matter though. I still feel like my team is on the back foot.
Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Susano is getting super shafted. Agni, I mean, both like Agni and like they're all fed. Like all the carriers are kind of getting fed this game, and I'm playing a god that won't be able to stop it from ultimately spiraling out of control.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Like the sun gleaming shards. I now.
Very good.
Huge. It's just shell too.
them away.
Retreat.
Help, middle lane.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Right there.
It's a big acne.
Ally has been slain.
If Sobek doesn't chase a random like Mercury in the jungle, he could have just helped Ra in mid instead there. Like just a bit more team play. And we can actually win this. Mindlessly chasing doesn't really lead us anywhere. Yeah, my autos don't do any damage to Agni. He's just too fat. If there's any complaint I think I have with Smite 2 is that levels, like, levels do too much. Levels is the most important fucking thing in Smite 2. It feels like you can't damage anyone who's like a lot higher level than you.
Has arrived.
Like Agni doesn't have any protection. I'm hitting that dude for literally nothing.
Run for my life.
Close.
Oh, easy run.
The dusk encroaches.
Oof, Mercury showed up. Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets a bit weird for me. Because do I just go Lerny? Like Dagger Frenzy, maybe? I'm kind of thinking Dagger Frenzy.
Ally has been slain.
Nice job.
But yeah, I suppose you're right. It would make it very, very hard to deal with if she's trying to base defend. Still, though, it's just her mana, you know? But I get you.
Hold right there.
Enemy missing.
I have you now.
You move like a jaguar.
Wish I could help in TP there, but just not in position.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Your last tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Defend the Gold Fury. Completed. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Not allowed
Destroyed
this
a middle
to
enemy
stand.
tower.
Vista, amigo. Good game.
Lift us into the realms of light.
I guess they know I'm coming. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be running like that.
Middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Then I ultimately just am losing shit in my own lane then. The good old conundrum of trying to help your team. Or stay in your lane and lose everything instead. Fuck me, dude.
Enemy
Losing blue is the worst, because that helps my Omi region.
Enemy spotted. Ally has been slain.
I was figuring he was probably standing up like that because he was waiting for someone to come by. I'm glad my ward showed me just before it died.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Guys, I don't think I can carry this unless I go full damage.
Your team has
I'm gonna be honest.
destroyed a left enemy tower.
I might just have to accept that I have to go full damage on this one. It's just my ult though.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful left. Your left tower is under
And he still gets out and they die. Oh my god. These dudes.
your left tower has been destroyed. Your left
I don't believe it. He dashed. Fight him. I was waiting for him to just ult me so I could beat, but I guess he never needed to.
attack.
Fuck it. I'm accepting the fact that I need protection, because the Ares can solo me. And my tower's gone.
Been destroyed.
Wait, does this activate the heal as well? I don't know, but Vital might work then. That definitely makes it easier. If it did. I suppose it's worth testing, but I guess I should test it in a practice mode to make sure. I see. Alright, I guess I will just buy Vital Lamp next then.
Enemies at the Cold Fury.
Enemy missing right. On my way.
Enemies incoming. Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Lift us into the realms of light.
They don't have Shell and Agni and Ares, so
Watch the shadows run there, my Attack the Gold Fury!
huge.
And gleaming shards.
Enemy has been slain.
Retreat! Enemy ultimate down.
Actually, this item is stupid of me to buy, because they have two characters with slow immune.
but I'm not willing to sell shit now. That does give me free active slots as well, actually. So I can't buy Learny Bow, which is kind of something I wanted as well.
My radiance.
Barbed Carver is actually an item I am very confused on. I should take a look at it.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Help, middle lane. On my way. Let the sun blaze the night. Gleaming shards.
Fabuloso! Your middle tower is under attack.
I think we're gonna fire, boys. Let's just go for it.
Attack the fire giant. Water's halo.
That's fine, but at least we got fire. That sucks. I was going for dagger, but then Rama picked it up. I was really going for it. Why is...
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been
Don't get mad just because you got caught. I mean, now that was really fucking shit. Why are they dying for the Phoenix?
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Halt right there.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Lift us into the realms of light. Watch as the shadows run from my light.
Has arrived. The rage of
Bear my radiance.
Surely, dude, that's crazy to me we don't get a kill out of that.
My light gleams.
Some people just cannot accept when they make a mistake. It has to be someone else's fault. That's the crazy part to me.
On my way.
I guess I'm rotating for this, because it doesn't look that free anymore. Okay, good. And he still got raw. Well. It's always someone else's fault, isn't it?
That's crazy. That's hilarious to me. That some minds work that way. How can it not be your own fault sometimes? What are we talking about? Surely we take some blame sometimes and say, "Oh shit, I fucked up. Maybe I can learn from that experience." Or not, I guess. We can just never learn from our experiences in life, I suppose.
Enemy missing. Like the sun breaks the night.
Enemy has been slain. You rule. I'm just getting warmed up.
Retreat. I'll defend left lane.
Ah, shit. I don't know what to buy last, boys. Give me some ideas.
Enemy spotted. Now.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Hold right there.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Thanks.
Barbed Carver, let's do it. I don't know what it does, but let's do it.
Enemy spotted. Over here. We need wards.
Now. Thwart the fire giant. Gleaming shards.
I was looking for a good ult on him, but I wasn't sure I could lock him in from where he was.
Watch the shadows run from my light. They're my radiance.
Double kill. Oh, very strong. Oh, my horrific.
Hold right there.
Tragic. If I just had... Fuck, I had 3 stacks of Sanguine. My bad. I could have just at least killed the Hui. Hui had beats though. That is really unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know how that went so bad either. I feel like we got Cabrakan for free. Let's see. Image damage abilities can stagger Jack wounds 5 seconds. Okay, I mean, that should be good, yeah, because I can just throw out abilities.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Dude, I can't believe how bad I've played today, and then I have the excuse me, I have the emoji game of my life. What happened? I will say though, Cabrakan did not go for like some of the most OP shit he could have went into me. If he has Brawler's Contagion, I can't play the game.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
That's probably why I won lane 2.
I'll attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Damn, that doesn't spot the ward. Rough.
Gleaming star now. Divine watching shadows layer my mind.
My bad, I guess. I was looking for a big 1v1. He even still had Bloodforge, so I wasn't even close to winning that trade.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Nice. That's 1 kill at least.
Slain.
Your titan is under attack.
Enemy.
Sniper.
Your titan is under attack.
It's unfortunate. They're just tanking up. But nah, it was too big of a struggle early on. I fucked up in this last fight though. I guess I shouldn't have gone for the 1v1, but yeah. Damn, I actually want to do one more game. Yeah, GG Wolder. No, it was just tough. Like, Susano wasn't really doing much this game, to be fair. Sobek kept getting like picked in places. Like 11 deaths is a lot. Like, I mean, all of my teammates, to be real with you, just kind of got picked too much. So it was pretty tough to fight back. And then when we got that fire, Ra decided just to walk into the jungle and die for pretty much zero reason. We had fire on 3 people. That's easy to defend on a Phoenix. But then he just walked in, and then he blamed someone else for it. You can't win with some people. I will say though, that worked a lot better than I expected. I might do that again at some point, but probably not right now. That was fun though. She definitely has potential. I think a lot of the parts of why it went so well for me was because my laner wasn't really doing much. If he goes brawlers into me first, I don't really think it goes as well for me as it did. I did get a kill before we finished an item though, so there is that. At least I still got that early kill. Okay, let me see if... Right, that's the name I went with. Begin. I assume I can skip, yeah, because I mean, I played the game before. I don't need all the story again. This is it, fuck ass. Skip! Okay, I'm not allowed to skip. I don't want to breathe. Okay, there we go. I'm just pressing the wrong fucking button. I mean, these controls are terrible. I need to change things. Surely I can... just make these the WASD. I mean, jump on, that's too weird for me. Let's make that space. Dash has to be shift. Wait. Grab is also on shift. Why is that on shift? Grab can be what? E? Talk. Talk can be F. I guess the menu stuff I don't really care about. That's fine. Okay. That makes it easier. I tried to dash. I guess I don't have it yet. Hold what to climb? How about no? Alright, give me a second. Okay, these games are also starting to be pretty low elo. I'm gonna go for something where I hope I can carry. I've got the bib. I mean, I don't see me winning this anyway, to be honest. I don't know a single one of my teammates. I recognize some names, but like nothing huge. So I might have to play something that I can actually carry with. What would that be, though?
Select your god.
Hmm. What do I play then? Maybe a Vulcan game? I want to play Hecate, actually. I haven't done Hecate in a long time. Baron aspect, I could have done that too. I haven't tried it though, so if I had to carry with it, I don't think it would go very well. That ain't something I've done. I don't think I've done it a single time. I'm gonna just try it eventually, but... Right, so... Where is the climb button? Okay, I guess it's just the same one, so... I assume it's this one? My space jump? Oh, never mind. It's the shift button. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. I looked over at chat at the wrong time. What even happened? I see, that makes sense. Scripted. It doesn't help that it doesn't show what I rebinded my things to. Now it's just still showing the... I got distracted. Someone asked a question. Alright, I mean, let's see how this goes. I feel like we're kind of being stacked on, though. This is looking very cooked for me, to be real with you.
Even a maid of the night needs her tools.
That's not the tower one above.
Follow me.
I guess I can't buff you yet. Soon, you'll get it. When are you able to buff? When can I buff an ally? That's the one thing that always confuses me. It says right there. I'm looking.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, within 30 seconds of that player getting a kill. Wow, okay. That's pretty cool, I guess. Still framey. Mid seems a lot more framey than solo does.
A little midnight magic. Clean and precise.
Be careful, minion attack.
A little midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much?
So big Ymir frontline though? I like to see it. If I'm playing a backliner. Hopefully we don't get shit on.
Warming up, one burst at a time.
On my way.
Nice job. Enemy spotted.
Your right is under attack. Very strong.
Out of mana.
I'm gonna level my 1 this time. Yesterday, or not yesterday, my last stream I leveled my 2 first, but I think I wanna level my... There we go. I wanna level my 1 this time.
Thanks.
Handled, as always.
Be right back. Be careful, lad.
Fuel for the fire.
Completed. That's too
What
bad.
a shame.
Tragic. I went for it, didn't work.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oops.
Fuel for the fire. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello, Missing Legend. Good to see you.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Hikase is so fun, man. I don't know why. I'm starting to like Hikase a lot. Get him. Get him. Nice.
Enemy has been slain.
I got worried for a second.
Enemy missing middle.
Rain shall wash them away.
Save yourself.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Starting to like Hikase a bit. Or at least in the mood for her.
Thanks. Supplies for the night's work.
She
Into
cool.
my trap.
Let's get Jade Scepter as well for peeling. Herc is the jungler as well, so I do have to be slightly careful of that.
Bursts at a time.
I will go Jade Scepter to avoid him in the best way that I can.
A little midnight magic. Clean and precise.
Enemies in the right lane.
Set up an ambush. Wings of the night. One spell at a time.
Attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Sorry.
That's too bad.
Yes.
I'll defend middle lane. Be
Your
careful.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. A little midnight magic. Clean and precise.
Ally has been slain.
No problem.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Enemies in no problem.
Wisdom of the night. Guide my aim.
Your right tower is under attack.
Power farming to the best of my ability.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
I'll save my TP for when I can get Jade Scepter. When I
Everyone
get
but
that.
the support and the enemy team is building fucking gauntlets to war score on its first sight.
That is a very strong item.
Wash them away.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time. One burst at a time. A little midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much?
This might one a bit much here. Gotta at least hit my one.
Out of the shadows and into my trap.
Ultimate is down. Your right tower is under attack.
A little midnight magic. Please guide my aim.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, clever. Okay.
Completed. I'm on my way.
Pyromancer.
Enemies behind my way.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower
Unfortunate.
is under attack.
Be right back.
Enemy missing right.
I'm returning to play.
Ultimate is down.
Be right back.
Figured acting was probably gonna look for me, or try to there. What am I going with? I think I'll go Chronos Pendant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just be an ability spammer.
Enemy missing middle. Retreat. Sweeping you away one spell at a time. A little midnight magic. Clean and precise. Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Fabuloso. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm on my way.
That is unfortunate. That was suddenly a lot of more people. I didn't realize Acne followed me. At least I got Acne. But, that's really unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
A little midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much?
They don't have Sunder and we do, and Sopik is there, so surely we get this.
Your team has
We did, thank God. But it wasn't because of the Sunder.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Huge Loki stun. I mean, come on, man. I just spawned. That's so unfortunate. Oh, it's Nice with Aspect. Go! Pew pew! Just so much attack speed. But it looks so wrong. Fucking hell, man. Was my ult up when I died, guys? Or did it just come up when I died? Because I'm pretty sure it was down. I think I would have used it otherwise instead of my Jade Scepter, but... Oh. Finish that Pyro.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Clean.
A little midnight magic. Clean and precise.
Be right back.
Lining up. One spell at a time. One spell at a time. Your middle tower out of the cannon and into my trap. Enemy missing middle. I'm on my way. Little midnight mischief never hurt anyone. My aim. A little midnight magic, clean and precise.
Your middle tower. Wash them away.
Sending away one spell at a time. Be right back. Cleaning up one burst at a time.
We're losing a lot of towers here. Even if we are getting the kills. It's kind of that global gold that is even now, is because we have 1 gold and they got all the tier 1 towers. Evening shit up.
Enemy missing.
Oops. Didn't think I had it activated.
Out of my aim and into my traps.
Oh dear. I may need a quick reprieve.
Should I do pyro?
Never hurt anyone? Much?
I think we just gotta let them do that unless you can steal it on Sopek.
I can maybe ult it, but I don't know.
The enemy team has destroyed
Fuck,
the
I
pyro.
mistimed
Your
it.
middle
I
tower
thought.
is under attack.
I need to get rid of my bomb so I can finally ward again. Let's get the tower here. Oh, okay, no, I see. Okay, no.
We need to get oracles.
Here comes this, I'm on my way.
Sorry, gold. And beats, I think. Actually, he might not have beats, I'm not
I
sure.
think I could beat Pal.
Yeah, my main issue this game has to be Hercules. I cannot deal with it.
I was so mistaken.
Fabuloso! Juga Thunderstruck!
He's just so tanky for no reason, man. Like, he feels like a full tank. He literally only has one tank item that gives him 30 protections, 15 magic prots. I still don't damage him at all. That's just this meta in a nutshell. That might be on fire here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's either that or gold.
Probably fire how long it's taking them.
Midnight magic. Clean and precise.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Herc might just perma go for me now, and I can't really stop him, so I might need some healing.
Out of the shadows and into my traps.
I'll just collapse on Herc here. He's slow.
I can come in.
Enemy has been slain.
Target no one.
A little midnight magic. Clean and precise. There's a midnight mystery. Never hurt anyone. Birds at a time.
Ally has been slain.
What the heck? Okay.
The Pyronet has arrived.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Time to run.
Tower is under attack.
Let's try and get out if you can, this is bad. Bad Jade Scepter.
Sorry, I wish I could have helped, but I was too low.
No, it's my bad, I shouldn't have gone back. I got greedy. I can deal with the tanks when I finish Obsidian, but I need like 3k gold for that shit.
We could
Yeah, I don't
just play
think-
safe until then, maybe.
I don't think we can kill the Herc right now, right? We should just not attack him, maybe? Or...
He's almost full damage, we have to kill him. Otherwise he kills all of
Alright.
us.
okay.
But we probably need an ETH to kill the Herc, if anything.
Of course, man.
That's fine, just take the small wins and get out when we don't need to stay around.
Middle enemy tower.
Behind us, behind us.
Oh, ye.
Yeah, we're just not taking good fights here. We're just sticking around for no reason. They got the beats on someone, that's good, but we overstayed.
My bad, I thought I could burst with the tower.
Magic. Clean and
Our middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're just too far up. Like, wait for everyone to group. We cannot get caught like that. Though it's probably too late now. I mean, people are just playing like we don't have enemies. Like Neith running up for literally no reason. We have Ymir going into the tower.
Roll back.
It's not looking great. It's
They're
just
going
bad
fine,
decision
should I
making
test or should I not?
happening all around.
Your Titan is under attack.
It's definitely time to stop because now it just feels
Maybe
like
a
we're in the we're in the very uneven games now. Where just skill levels are all over the place. People are just making really bad plays from what I'm seeing. And I picked
Yeah,
Takate, so I'm kind of screwed if I don't have any peeling.
What the fuck?
I'm so sad I didn't get the Hou Yi there though. That's so unfortunate. That would have been a huge kill for me.
The wild?
I would just stop fighting now. We don't know where the fuck they are.
Yeah, we need a Warden Fire.
Ooh, I found a Hou Yi. Oh no. I see they're all there. Oh.
out of the shadows and into my trap.
This is just comic, like, her ceilings through the fucking roof.
I know there's just broken frontliners. Not really much to do for me here. I'm just getting one shot. Like, what even is that?
I'll try and fill a miracle in my ass, I doubt it though.
I was literally just there to try and help out, and I fucking get a wand and one shot. By what? Hurt Boulder, because apparently that was still up. Suppose I should have banned Turk or something. Oh well. I'll end it here. I have to go do some shit now. But 5 hours and 30 minutes, I mean, I'll take it. It's a pretty lengthy stream. They finally made Herc an actual god. Yes, they did. They certainly did. He is the god of them all. Unlucky team. Yeah, I mean, it's just that time again. It's too late now. All the good players have kind of left, it feels like. That usually happens around this time. They've all gone to make dinner. But I mean, I can't really complain. Pretty sure I won the majority of my games today. So this one shouldn't even have been a loss. This was just fully on me. I mean, this one was tragic as well, to be fair. But yeah. Alright. I really said beat to China with that ult. Yeah, I was fucked that game. Herc could probably have 1v5 those, to be fair. I think that game was just Hercules being Hercules, and we didn't have a good combat dealing with it. We had Neith also going for hastened. We had hastened Neith, so she barely had any damage. Like you might have the attack speed, but Neith does not do any damage with her autos. Alright. Because me, that's another emote you can add right there. I can't. People like that emote. Add that one in. But thank you guys for stopping by as usual. I really appreciate it. I will probably just be back tomorrow, I would imagine. So yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye.